tarp is on the field. Still raining here at the ballpark. In fact, minutes ago we had hail dropping here at Comerica Park. So the start of this one will be delayed tonight. Welcome back here to Comerica. Mario and Pemba, Rod Allen. We are glad you are with us here tonight. We're hopeful of having baseball. And when we do, Justin Verlander will take the hill, Rod. Now, Verlander this year has had more stressful innings than we have seen in a while. And it seems like anytime he gets some guys on base, that fastball gets up to 97, 98, 99. That's the way he's gone about it this year.
Well, he really has. And if you look back to the very first start that Verlander made this year, he threw 81 pitches through 8 innings, and he was shutting out the Tampa Bay Rays. And he had a lot left in his tank. He went out there for the 9th inning, and it was Evan Longoria that was standing in the batter's box. And JV just reached back to get 99, 100, and then 101. And it was a sharp single between shortstop and also third base for Longoria. You can see the velocities up there at the top of your screen there, and that was a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. And then you go to May 29th. This is Daniel Nava, very young, talented rookie for the Boston Red Sox. He gets a 100-mile-per-hour fastball, bases loaded. He drives in all 3. And then this was against the Reds. This was earlier in the game. It was the 4th inning. Jeff Frazier. He takes a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Bases also loaded. He whistles the ball the opposite way. So I guess the gist of this is that Justin Verlander, when he has done his best work this year, he's got the really nice breaking ball that he's mixing in. He's got the really good changeup. He shows the fastball, and then he gets the outs with the breaking balls. He has started to do that a little bit more lately, and that's one of the reasons why he's been so successful.
All right, now having said all that, we do know this, that after the Tigers lose and they send Justin Verlander out to the mound, it's usually a pretty good night for the Tigers, because in the last couple of years he has been lights out following a loss since 2011. Look at these numbers on Verlander.
Well, he's the definition of an ace, a true number one, and there's not that many guys walking around, but he won a Cy Young one last year. He won an MVP, 21-5 after a Tigers loss. Those are outstanding numbers, and that's why the Tigers, they feel like with Verlander on the mound here tonight, they've got an advantage against the Minnesota Twins, even though they're hot right now as an offensive team.
JV 10-7 against the Twins, lifetime an ERA of 3.52. He definitely wants to take the mound here tonight. Rain's still falling here at the ballpark. We'll take a timeout, come back and have more from Comerica Park, but right now we're waiting out the rain. We'll be right back.
.362 career batting average against Tigers pitching. Revere, he hadn't been as good, but he has 4 hits already in this series, and he scored a lot of runs, and most of his hits have been singles. Here's a guy that really knows how to do what he do. He uses his legs to score runs. Last night's game, he had 2 singles the opposite way, his first 2 times up, and then he was on third base. He promptly stole third base. He made an outstanding defensive play. Here's a guy that has been on the base paths with regularity, and when he's on, Joe Mauer usually drives him in, although that was an error there on Santiago. As a matter of fact, the 42nd unearned run this year the Tigers have given up, so that's way too high. But Ben Revere's been lights out.
He really has. Now, the one thing the Tigers have needed more of this year is length in their lineup. They need more than just Prince Fielder and Miguel Cabrera. We started to see some of that last night. Big bad Brennan Bosch was both big and bad last night because he had a big game. Homer in the contest. They need more of that stuff from Bosch.
Awesome sign last night, and one of the things that a manager can do for you to get you going when you're struggling, and Bosch has struggled this year, they give you a couple of days off, they let you sit on the bench, they let you absorb what's going on around you, and then when you come back and play, you slow the game down, which he did last night. This was the biggest at-bat of the game for me. Runners on second and third, the infield relaxed. He would have taken an RBI there, but he did one better. He got a base hit, and he drove in both runs. And then his next time up, he ambushed Blackburn, first pitch fastball. He shot it into the Minnesota Twins bullpen, and then he added another base hit later in the game. So it was a very encouraging outing last night for Brennan Bosch, and one of the players that they thought when they left Lakeland this year that would really show up batting second and do a masterful job was Brennan Bosch, and he showed some of those signs last night.
We are hopeful of playing baseball here tonight. The Tigers certainly hopeful of playing. They want to get a win here. 2 more in this series coming up against the Minnesota Twins, but right now the rate is still falling here at the ballpark. We are hopeful of having baseball here at Comerica Park on this 4th of July celebration, and after a short break, we'll bring you Tigers Weekly right here on Fox Sports Detroit. Cleared out, hopefully for the rest of the night. We shall wait and see on that. But right now, a big crowd settling into their seats. The Tigers getting ready here on the 4th of July to take on the Minnesota Twins from downtown Detroit at Comerica Park. And a good gathering it is that withstood the rain. So hopefully the Tigers will give them a good show here tonight. If the Tigers do combine for 3 or more home runs in this game, bring a copy of the box score to a participating Arby's location tomorrow, and you will get yourself a free small order of curly fries. Prince Fielder and the Tigers getting set to do battle here tonight. The Twins have won the first 2 games in this series. Hopefully the Tigers offense will come alive this evening and get the Tigers back to their winning ways. Prince Fielder back in the lineup again this evening for the Tigers along with his running mate Miguel Cabrera. They will be again 3 and 4 in the Tigers lineup this evening as they prepare to take the field here at Comerica Park and play behind Justin Verlander, who will get the start here tonight, his final start before heading to the All-Star game in Kansas City. And Ron, we've talked about this, when the Tigers take the field, or Justin Verlander more specifically, after a loss, the numbers have been really good.
He is a legitimate #1 starter and probably the best starter on the planet as we speak. 21 and 5 after a Tigers loss since the beginning of the 2011 season, and an earned run average under 2, and the opponents hitting just 190 against a very talented right-handed pitcher.
Well, after a rain delay, Justin Verlander and the Tigers have taken the field here at Comerica Park, and Justin Verlander tonight presented by Soaring Eagle Casino.
Verlander admitted that he was a little off 5 days ago when he went up against the Tampa Bay Rays. Did not have a good changeup in that game. He says he has rediscovered his changeup and look for more of those here tonight as we get a peek at Verlander's numbers up and down. Most definitely all-star worthy.
Well, Verlander tonight will take on a Minnesota team that has won the first 2 games in the series. Ron Gardenhire's club playing a whole lot better than they did early in the season. Here's their starting lineup presented by the Metro Detroit Chevy dealers. Denard Span will lead things off. He'll be in center field, followed by Ben Revere and Joe Mauer, who since July the 2nd or June 2nd is hitting .427. So he's been real hot for them. Willingham is in left. Parmalee is at first base tonight. Plouffe, Domit, Carroll, and Alexi Casilla rounding out the starting 9 tonight for the Minnesota Twins.
Beaumont Health System will sponsor the Tigers defensive alignment once again here tonight, and it looks like this. Ryan Rayburn is getting the start in left. Jackson in the center. Bosch, after 3 hits last night, he's back out there. Miguel Cabrera, he's over at third base. Peralta Santiago up the middle. The Prince, Mr. Fielder's over at first, and Avila is back behind the dish once again.
Johnny Peralta had the night off in the ballgame last night. He is back out there manning the shortstop position here this evening for the Tigers. One of the things that Justin Verlander said recently was his changeup in his last start, Rod, felt a little bit better, and that certainly can be a big weapon for him.
That's a good sign for Verlander because we all know that he has the fastball that will get up to 100 miles an hour. He has the knee-buckling breaking ball with the changeup. He really hasn't had a good one lately, but he discovered it against the Tampa Bay Rays 5 days ago, and it's coming out of his hand very nicely and fading down the way from the left-handed batters. If he's able to do that here tonight against the Minnesota Twins, he should have his way against a team that he's had a lot of success against in his brief major league career.
And so Verlander all set to go to work here tonight. Span, Revere, and Mauer a little bit late this evening. A rain delay, but the rain has moved out. The field's in great shape. The crowd has settled in, and we are ready for baseball. Span batting .270 has been kind of quiet in this series, only 1 for 9. And the first pitch is in for a strike. 0-1 on Denard Span. 3 home runs this year. He's knocked in 22. Well, the Tigers have done a nice job of keeping him off the bases. The guy on deck, Revere, has done a lot of running, so a lot of speed at the top of the Minnesota lineup. Here is Verlander's 0-1 pitch. And there's a strike. Top of the strike zone, off speed, 0-2.
Span has had really good numbers in his career against Verlander, but he has had good numbers against the Tigers pitching overall. Span comes into play tonight with a whopping .382 batting average against Verlander.
JV ahead of the count here. No balls, 2 strikes. And he missed down low. 1-2 the count. Span overall against Detroit pitching, although it has taken a dip in this series, is still .353 against the Tigers in his career. There's your battery tonight of Vila dropping down the signals, and here is Verlander's 1-2. Checked his swing at a fastball at 95 up. 2 balls 2 strikes.
Since Avila got that really positive news on his knee when we were in Texas on that last road trip, as far as the MRI was concerned, coming back negative, he has caught all but 1 game.
And through some really warm weather on that last road trip and here at home as well. The 2-2 is hit towards second base. Look at that pick by Santiago. What a play, 1 gone.
That's a good start, and one of the things that the Tigers do know behind Verlander, he pitches to a lot of contact, he throws a lot of strikes, and that's when he's at his best, when he's allowing the opposition to hit the baseball versus striking out everybody. A nifty play to start this game by Ramon.
So Santiago, who was shaky defensively in the ballgame last night, comes up with a sparkling defensive play early here. Here is Ben Revere batting .328. He's had a really good series. He has scored 4 times. So mission number 2 now for Verlander is to keep this guy off the bases as well. And Revere looks at a ball high. .328 average for the speedy Revere. Not a whole lot of power to speak of. 11 runs driven in, and because of his speed, there's Cabrera in tight. Back out of play. 1 ball 1 strike on Revere. Revere's been on base 6 times already in this series in the first 2 games, trying to set the table for the guy that has been one of their hottest hitters, Joe Mauer, waiting on deck. 1 ball and 1 strike. Slapped in the air toward left field. Routine for Ryan Rayburn, and out number 2 is recorded.
We told you that Denard Span has really good numbers against Verlander in his career, but Joe Mauer a little bit better. And one of the reasons why is he can climb the ladder, get to the mid to upper 90s fastball. He'll go down and slice the change piece the opposite way. He'll take a breaking ball and hit that to the pull field. Verlander has not been able to figure Joe Mauer out, but there are a lot of American League pitchers that have not been able to figure Joe Mauer out.
Well, especially in this series, the Tigers have not been able to get him out. He's 5 for 9 with a couple of RBIs. And Mauer looks at ball 1 away. .392 against Verlander. So the top 2 on that list, both Minnesota Twins. Mauer had the big home run late in last night's ball game, and he sends a ground ball to the right side. There's Santiago, and Verlander has a 1-2-3 inning. Good start to the rain-delayed ball game tonight as we go to the bottom of the first. excitement that Paws has for the 4th of July. Scoreless ball game as we go to the bottom of the first inning. And here come the Tigers now. Their starting lineup presented by Big Boy. It is Jackson, Rayburn, and Miguel Cabrera at the top. Cabby leading the American League with 103 hits. Fielder is at first base, then Delman Young. Peralta back at short. Bosch, Avila, Santiago rounding out the Tigers starting lineup. Today's starting pitcher for the Twins is Brian Dunsing. He is presented by Fox Volkswagen of Rochester Hills.
He has been in 32 games this year for Minnesota, making only his 3rd start. He comes in with 1 win and 4 losses. An earned run average just a shade over 4. Not a strikeout pitcher, only 24 of those in 41 plus innings.
And his first pitch is at the knees to Austin Jackson. It'll be Jackson, then Rayburn, then Cabrera. AJ 2 out of 8 with a home run in the series. Couple of RBIs. Fouls it straight back. 0-2. Jackson with a 10-game hitting streak going right now.
This crowd is fired up tonight. They've had to wait a long time, but they are ready to go.
Here's the 0-2 pitch on the way. And Jackson takes inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Well, they've been hanging around for over 2 hours to get this thing going. We finally got it started as the rain moved through. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Right back up the middle and into center field. Base hit. Jackson wasting little time, extending the hitting streak.
Minnesota Twins line them up this way under their skipper Ron Gardenhire. Willingham in left, Span in center, Ben Revere, he is in right, Plouffe, Carroll, Casilla, Parmalee in the infield, and Joe Mauer has caught 10.3% of the base runners that have attempted to steal this year against him, but his arm is much better than that. Pitchers must not be giving Mauer time to throw.
Ryan Rayburn will stand in now with the leadoff man on. And Rayburn looks at strike 1. 180 batting average for Rayburn. 1 for 7 in the series. Has a double. With the left-hander on the mound tonight, Quentin Berry gets the night off. Rayburn elevated to the 2 slot and playing in left field. Here is Dunsing's 0-1. Instead, he goes back to first base. Jackson with 7 steals in 9 attempts. Dunsing against the Tigers in his career has been much better as a reliever.
That's right.
Here's the 0-1. Slap back out of play. No balls, 2 strikes.
The fact that there was a lengthy rain delay before the start of this game tonight bodes very well for both starting pitchers. Had we started the game on time at 7, it was 100 degrees outside. As we speak right now, very comfortable at 78.
And Dunsing has gotten ahead of Rayburn 0-2. Lifted back out of play. 0-2, the count stays on Rayburn. 10 RBIs this year. It's been a struggle for Ryan, but he has started to show some life. He certainly did in the month of June after a short spell in the minor leagues. Big fella waiting on deck. That's Miguel Cabrera. And the 0-2. Rayburn hits a ground ball to second. This looks like a double play. Oh, he bobbled it at second. They're going to call him out, saying he dropped it on the exchange. Carroll, on what looked like a routine double play, muffed it at second. 1 on, 1 out.
He got a nice feed from Casilla in a real good spot, but couldn't handle it. And also thinking about the fact that Austin Jackson was getting ready to take him out. Good hustle there by Austin Jackson.
Dozier played shortstop the first 2 nights in the series for the Twins. Carroll out there tonight. Cabrera batting .317. And he looks at ball one. Miguel was held hitless in last night's ball game, although he scorched one to third base that Trevor Plouffe made a great play on. Otherwise, Cabrera might have had himself a double. Here's the 1-0. And that's in there for a strike, 1-1.
That is something that Dunsing has done better this year, pitching more aggressively inside to the right-handed batters. Right-handed batters still hit him close to a 300 clip, but that is down from last year where they hit about 320 against him. And one of the reasons why, because he has come inside fearlessly to the righties.
Cabrera waiting on a 1-1. And he looks at a ball outside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Dunsing is 30 years old, out of Marysville, Kansas. He's gone really back and forth between their starting rotation and the bullpen in his time in the big leagues. A lot of his success, though, has come out of the pen. The 2-1. Ground ball, fair ball inside the bag at third. Rayburn coming to third base. They're going to stop him there. And Cabrera pulls in with a double.
Cabrera got what looked like a little cut fastball at 86 miles an hour inside and hit it right past the third baseman, Trevor Plouffe.
That time Plouffe could not make a great play on him. 25 doubles now for Cabrera. And an early scoring opportunity for Prince Fielder with only 1 out. Fielder skies one in the air to shallow center field, and it'll drop. Base hit. It rolls by Span. They're going to try and get 2 runs in. Relay to the plate is held up, and Prince is knocked in
2. When you have a guy as big and strong and physical as Prince Fielder, your first step is back, and that's what Span did. Therefore, he wasn't able to recover to come in and make the play. And take a look at Miguel Cabrera. We always talk about his base running skills. He goes back to the bag. Then he quickly realizes that ball's not going to be caught. He gets off that bag. He's going full speed to third, and that's why Gene Lamont didn't hesitate in sending him home.
2. So the Tigers pick up their 3rd hit in the game. They lead 2-0. And a pop-up off the bat of Delman Young, caught by Casilla for the 2nd out. Prince holding at second base. That'll bring up Johnny Peralta. Something early to cheer about for these fans that stuck around through the rain. Johnny in the series 0 for 3. Did not start last night. And Peralta batting .257. He fouls one straight back. 0-1 on Johnny Peralta.
Tigers hitters have come out very aggressive here tonight against Brian Dunsing. He tries to get that first fastball over the plate for a strike, and they are not letting him do it.
No balls, 1 strike. That's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. And Peralta has absolutely feasted off Dunsing in his career. 10 for 20 with a home run. Had a chance to drive in a 2-out run here with a base hit. Here's the 1-1 outside. 2-1 on Peralta.
With the numbers that Dunsing has given up to Peralta with 2 outs and a base open and the left-hander in the on-deck circle, Peralta needs to make sure that he gets something in the strike zone. If Dunsing wants to pitch around him, just let him do it. Take your walk.
Ball low, 3 balls, 1 strike. The left-handed batting Bosch waiting on deck. Well, Johnny way ahead in the count now, 3-1. Tigers got it rolling with a base hit by Jackson. 1 out later, a Cabrera double, and Fielder knocked in 2. Dunsing already some early trouble. This will be his 19th pitch of this first inning. Driven to center field. Span coming on to make the play, and the inning is over. Good start for the Tigers, though, on the 4th of July. Fielder knocks in 2, and it's 2-0 Detroit. Brought to you by Comerica Bank. Strength and stability since 1849. Dodge. Visit Dodge.com or see your local dealer today. And by Country Fresh. Be your family's below zero hero. Nice crowd here at the ballpark tonight on the 4th of July. The Tigers and Justin Verlander out to a 2-0 advantage. And Verlander back to work now in the second. Willingham, Parmalee, and Plouffe facing the Tigers righty. And he'll deliver a strike right down the middle to Josh Willingham. Willingham has hit safely at 5 straight. He's knocked in 4 in this series. Hit a long home run in last night's game. And Verlander misses away 1-1. Willingham now 59 driven in for this Minnesota team. He is smack dab in the middle of their lineup, batting cleanup after a very productive year last year with the Athletics. Strike called 1-2.
Willingham was a really good sign by their general manager, Terry Ryan, who first offered the contract to his own free agent, Michael Kadire. They couldn't come to terms. Willingham accepted the offer. Now Kadire plays for the Colorado Rockies.
Well, he gave him a 3-year deal, and even though they signed him to that 3-year deal, with the trading deadline now lurking, they have always seen his name come up in a lot of different talks or rumors. His name seems to surface, and anytime you've got a guy that drives in runs on a team that has struggled, that name usually comes up. Here's the 1-2. 2-2 on Willingham. Pretty good numbers at the end of last season, but his numbers are way ahead of the pace. 8 more home runs, 17 more RBIs. Swing and a miss. Down he goes. Verlander with his first punch out of the night. One gone.
Well-located curveball here by Justin Verlander. Down and away from Willingham, who swings right over the top of it.
Justin Morneau getting the night off tonight. Chris Parmelee is starting in his spot, batting 190. And it's not that Morneau had rough numbers against Verlander. To the contrary, he's just getting the night off. Morneau was hitting .275 with a couple of homers against JV in his career.
Ron Gardenhire says he plans on playing Justin Morneau tomorrow, the day game, and then playing him all 3 games when they go to Texas, where it's very, very hot. So he picked today to give his talented first baseman a blow.
Ten home runs this year for Morneau. He's had a couple of hits and an RBI in the series. Here's the 2-0. Lifted toward left field, slicing away down the line. Rayburn can't get there. Back into the seats it goes. By the way, this game tonight is available in high definition on Fox Sports Detroit HD. It is sponsored by Xfinity from Comcast. Well, they are standing and watching this one here tonight with Verlander on the hill. A little bit of rain has not dampened the spirits. Actually, to be honest, a lot of rain. I mean, it rained hard here at the ballpark. There was a lot of water standing on the warning track, but it has since cleared. Ball high, 3-1 on Parmelee.
It is always a nightmare for the Tigers management on a night when Justin Verlander is going to get the ball and there's rain. You don't want him going out there to start his warm-ups only to be shut down. So they had to wait until all the rain was cleared out of here.
Lifted in the air to center. Jackson is on the run. He'll get there. A.J. Smooth out there in center field ran that one down, no problem.
He is just a joy to watch play defensively. Great breaks, really good jumps, makes everything in center field look rather easy.
So 5 in a row retired by Verlander to start this one with 2 gone. Here's Trevor Plouffe. Home run, 4 RBIs in the series. And Plouffe takes strike 1 off speed. Verlander career against these Twins 10-7 with an ERA of 3.52. Fastball right at the knees at 94, and it's 0-2. It's been a remarkable year for Plouffe, who now has 19 home runs this season. Thing is, he has 19 homers, but he has only 35 RBIs, so a lot of them have been solo shots.
He doesn't do very well with runners in scoring position either, and he is an absolute dead pull hitter. Once he learns to take a base hit to right field every now and then, the RBI numbers will rise.
And the 1-2. Bouncing ball, foul, third base side. Tigers got 2 runs for Verlander in the first inning. They lead 2-0. And Justin in search of win number 9 before the All-Star break. Ryan Domit waiting on deck. Skied in the air to center field. Jackson a couple of steps back waiting. And another 1-2-3 inning for Justin Verlander. Good start for JV. 6 up, 6 down. Military members here at the stadium tonight. And before the game today, gorgeous ceremony, the big American flag out in center field. Color guard in attendance here tonight. And of course the Tigers do a tremendous job of thanking our military members. As Brendan Bosch leads it off now, we go to the bottom of the second. It'll be Bosch, then Avila, then Santiago. Here's the 0-1. Bosch rolls one towards second base. Casilla ranging left. And Brennan is out. One gone. Well, JV's pitching here tonight, which means victory for veterans is in effect here again this evening, where a group of veterans are in JV's own personal suite here at the ballpark. And Rod, this is just a great gesture by the Tigers right-hander.
No question about that. To provide your suite and give them all free tickets to come in and enjoy a ball game when Justin is on the mound.
No doubt they are doing that, enjoying it tonight. And of course, veterans, we certainly thank you. And so does Justin Verlander. One out now for Alex Avila. And he looks at strike one. Avila at 253. He's had a pretty good series. 3 out of 8. Has scored a couple of times. Dunsing gave up 3 hits and a 2-run double to Fielder in the first inning. Ball high. 1-1 on Alex. Dunsing this year was really good out of the bullpen. He has been inserted into the rotation as the Twins look for some stability in their rotation. Swing and a miss. 1-2. His whip out of the bullpen was a shade over 1. A good 3.12 ERA. Dunsing out of Marysville, Kansas. Here's the 1-2. Avila takes outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Now, what is whip? That is
walks.
Walks.
Plus hits.
Plus hits.
Per innings pitched.
Per innings pitched.
So if you're around 1 or under 1, JV is typically under 1, which is off the charts good.
Okay.
Here's the 2-2. Bouncing ball slowly hit towards short. Carroll throws him out, 2 away. There are so many new statistics that are coming out now. Of course, whip is not a new one, but there are some new numbers that take some studying. They can break it down.
Keep you on top of your game.
Here's Santiago. Dunsing trying to settle down after that 2-run double. He's retired 4 straight since then. Ramon sliding over and playing second base tonight.
I was talking to quite a few major league scouts up here in the press box before the game today, and there are many that believe that Ramon Santiago better suited to play second base these days rather than shortstop as he came up playing.
Here's the 0-1. I would tend to agree with that, would you?
He just does a nice job over at second base. He covers a lot of ground. It's not that he doesn't play well at shortstop, but they just feel like his game better suited these days for playing on the right side of the infield.
Now the 0-2 from Dunsing. Missed it inside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And Ramon had a rare night off last night defensively. I mean, made a couple of errors. He's only done that 3 times in his major league career. You have to go all the way back to July of 2010, the last time that he made 2 errors in 1 game.
And no doubt he's been a steady Eddie defensively at really anywhere he's played on the field. This year he started slowly with the bat, and some of that may be traced to the fact that he did not play winter ball this year. The 2-2 pitch lifted in the air. Left center field. Span cruising over, calling for it. And Dunsing has a 1-2-3 inning. 2 in the books here at the ballpark. Happy 4th of July. Tigers baseball on Fox Sports Detroit is brought to you by Arby's. RBQ lovers rejoice. The RBQ sandwich is back at Arby's. Get yours today. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. It has turned into a nice night here, and out of the RenCen, a digital American flag, which is kind of a neat touch here on the 4th of July.
It's tight.
Indeed. And the giveaway hats tonight are all red, white, and blue. They look good on our Tigers fans. Glad to see so many of them hung around through the rain. Verlander has a 2-0 lead as we go to the third. And he throws a strike to Ryan Domit, who is leading it off. Domit, Carroll, and Casilla, 7, 8, 9 in the Twins lineup. Here is the 0-1 pitch. Outside. Domit 3 out of 6 in the series. He's knocked in 3. The Twins have won the first 2 games in the series, and they are 4-0 in this ballpark this year. Driven high in the air and deep into right field. Bosch is going back. Track, Wall leaps and makes the catch. Oh, it looked like it was going to go, and it nestled into the glove of Brennan Bosch.
JV appreciates it. Real nice timing here by Brennan, who took his eye off the ball momentarily. He knew exactly where the wall was, which meant he was able to elevate without jumping into the wall. So many times outfielders get too close to the wall, and then when they jump, they simply jump into the wall, and they can't jump as high as they need to. But Brennan had no issues with that.
And Verlander certainly appreciated that one. So already a couple of sparkling defensive plays by the Tigers here tonight. Santiago has the other one. Jamie Carroll looks at ball one.
And Ron Gardenhire felt like Carroll much better matchup for Verlander versus Dozier, who has started the first couple of games at shortstop. Carroll doesn't strike out very often.
Bouncing ball to short. This will be routine for Peralta. And there are 2 gone. Well, we have a chance. Back to the studio we go. Time for a game break with Mickey York. All right, Mick, they had a blowout there last night, but tonight it's a good one.
A couple of first-place clubs, Texas Rangers and the Chicago White Sox in their respective divisions.
Here is Alexi Casilla now with 2 outs. He looks at a strike 0-1. For 4 in last night's ball game. Cabrera creeping in at third. Little nubber back toward the mound, and Verlander underhands this one. It's another 1-2-3 inning. 9 up, 9 down for Verlander, thanks to this play by Brennan Bosch. As we go to the bottom of the third, I have a very deep and talented research team here, Rod, and they've come up with some happy 4th of July fun facts.
I see that. The one that kind of caught my eye was the world's longest hot dog at 197 feet.
Jackson looks at a strike now. You know how long the bun was?
At least 198.
It was 198 on the button. Statue of Liberty is 151 feet tall. Here is Jackson looking at a ball outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. We try to be educational, informative as well. Jackson is 1 for 1 with a base hit. And he shoots this one in the air to right center field. This looks like trouble, and it is. It'll go all the way to the wall. It's looking like a triple. Jackson motoring to third base. In with a stand-up 3-bagger. Throw will get away, but Mauer is able to back it up.
Austin Jackson is playing the game at such a high level right now. He's going foul line to foul line. That's why the batting average is well over 300. And Span and Revere can't run it down. No one can, and he is awfully smooth, cruising into third base with a triple.
Twins now have decided to creep the infield in a little bit. 4th triple of the year for Jackson. Rayburn will stand in. Ryan reaching out a fielder's choice in the first. It turned out to be a big play. Looked like it was going to be a double play ball, but the relay throw at second by Carroll was mishandled. Here's the 1-0. Rayburn rolls it foul. How about this for Jackson? 17 of his last 42 have gone for extra bases.
Well, one of the things that everybody wondered regarding Jackson, because he's a leadoff hitter and had not hit for much power in his first couple of years in the show, would he ever develop into somewhat of a power hitter, an extra base hitter? And I guess that answer is yes.
Well, 9 home runs this year. And that part of Jackson's game has gone to the next level. Seemingly every part of his game has gone to the next level. Here's the 2-1. Rayburn takes outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. And when you look at the leadoff hitters around the American League, only Mike Trout of the Angels has more homers. Jackson along with Kinsler with 9. Trout has 10, and what a year that young man is having.
Trout didn't come to the big leagues until May 28th. And he made the All-Star team.
Casilla will hold the runner, and Rayburn is out.
Which gives you an idea of the level that Trout has been playing the major league game at.
Only 20 years old. It's just amazing, and we'll be seeing him after the All-Star break.
Can't wait.
So Jackson holds at third. 1 gone. That'll bring up Cabrera. Tigers got 2 in the first inning. Cabrera part of that with a 2-base hit. He's not going to bat, though. They have Fielder waiting on deck. He will be walked intentionally.
We really have not seen this that much this year with Prince Fielder batting behind Miguel Cabrera. As a matter of fact, Prince has been walked intentionally more than Cabby.
This will be the 8th for Cabrera. Prince has 9. And then ball 4 is on its way. But there is no doubt that Cabrera is well short of his pace for last year on intentional walks. So put runners at first and third. And then before Fielder can step in, Rick Anderson calling time. And the Twins pitching coach has out to the mound.
Hey fans, don't forget to join us on July 18th. The Tigers square off against the Angels at 7:05. It's Christmas in July. Visit Tigers.com/Christmas in July to purchase a special ticket package, which includes a Tigers Santa hat.
So Fielder waiting for the confab to break up. It finally does. And now Dunsing will face Prince, who doubled in 2. It was a bloop double back in the first inning, but it got the job done. Span stretched out, tried to make a great play on it, but couldn't do it. And Prince now with 55 RBIs. Lines one, foul. Oh, man. A rocket down the third base line. Paul Nart right there to make the call. Here's the 0-1. Ground ball to second. This looks like 2. Carroll handles this one and returns the double play to first base. So they get the 4-6-3. Strategy works. And 3 are in the books. The Minnesota Twins get the Bernstein advantage. We go to bat for you, and as you can tell, Rod, by the month, the Twins have slowly gotten better.
Well, one thing about a Ron Gardenhire managed club, they may not have the most talent in the league, but he is going to get the most out of his squad. And it took a while to figure out this 2012 bunch, but he finally has figured them out. Now they're playing their best baseball of the year.
They were over 500 in June and 3-0 here in the month of July. They've won the first 2 in this series as Denard Span leads it off. In there for strike 1. 9 up, 9 down against Verlander to start this game. He's been the recipient of a couple of really good defensive plays. In fact, Span hit a hard hit ground ball, a short hop that Santiago made a nice play on in the first. 0-2.
Verlander says he feels really comfortable with his changeup right now. He rediscovered it his last start against Tampa. He had gone a couple of starts there in interleague play where he really didn't have his good changeup, but it's back now.
Slapped back out of play. Well, that certainly is not good news for opposing hitters, because we know Verlander now has 4 above average major league pitches.
And against a guy like Span, who gets set really early when standing in the batter's box. He gets that front foot up and down, really doesn't even pick it up. And he's good at hitting fastballs, but if you throw him a curveball or a changeup, guys that have this kind of approach, they tend to get out in front and roll over and hit some ground balls on occasion.
Back up the middle into center, base hit. Span on an 0-2 pitch drills one to center field.
Just talked about the fact that he's a really good fastball hitter. Here's a 94-mile-per-hour fastball. You see how soon he gets set. The foot is down, which means all he's trying to do is just put it in play. Verlander threw him a fastball right around the belt buckle, and he laced the single right back up the gut.
First base hit of the game for Minnesota. That'll bring up Ben Revere.
Minnesota will force the issue here tonight with Verlander on the mound. They will try to steal some bases. That's just part of their game.
Can't blame them, can you?
They have 58 steals as a club. They've only been caught 18 times this year.
Span certainly deserves a look. He is 9 for 12 this year in stolen base opportunities.
Saw Ron Gardenhire out there with a huge smile on his face. He knows now that his club will not be no hit here tonight.
There's a strike call. Be honest. When Verlander goes 9 up, 9 down, you start to think, don't you?
You do. You start scrambling a little bit.
Yep. Just like us up here in the booth, you're thinking, well, maybe tonight something special will happen. But Span spoiled that. The throw gets away from fielder, was thrown into the runner.
Don't know for sure, but if Prince catches this one, he may have been able to apply the tag to Span and get the call from Doug Eddings, the first base umpire, excuse me. That would be Dana DeMuth over at first base here tonight. Doug Eddings is behind the plate.
Ball away, 1-1. And Ben Revere. Revere's been on base 6 times in this series. He has scored 4 runs. And the 1-1. Bouncing ball. Second base side. Santiago flips to short. One. Relay. Not in time. Peralta got rid of it as quickly as he could, but Revere has too much speed.
JV is so good on the mound and has himself in a good fielding position whenever he delivers a ball home. He reached out for this ball and then he thought better of it. You know what? I'll let it go. It's better if Santiago takes it, gets it to Peralta, and tries to get the double play that way. It's the only chance you have with Revere running down the line. That's how fast Ben is.
So you simply replace one fast guy with another fast guy. Revere has 16 steals. Verlander has to deal with Joe Mauer.
Because Mauer has such great numbers in his career against Justin Verlander, Verlander needs to make sure that his attention's not divided between Revere on first and Mauer at the plate. If he does, he's not going to make the quality pitch that he really needs to make to record the out here of one of the better left-handed hitters in the game.
Mauer right now 12-game hit streak. He is 0 for 1. Verlander trying to get another 4-3 to perhaps start a double play. That's what Mauer did the first time up.
And Mauer has grounded into 14 of those this year.
Verlander staked to a 2-0 lead in the first. 2-run double by Prince Fielder. And at this point has kept the Twins off the board. Mauer sends a ground ball to short. Peralta flips to Santiago. Relay double play. They got it that time. 6-4-3. That's all for the Twins. We go to the bottom of the fourth.
Play started by Johnny Peralta off the bat of Joe Mauer. Concentrate on the feed here to Santiago. Santiago was playing Mauer to pull. Therefore, Peralta simply grabbed the baseball. He flipped it to the bag, knowing that Santiago would run underneath it, and he would have a chance to set his feet, which would allow him to get the ball on its way back to first base. What a nice job there by Peralta with the feed.
Little nuances of the game that you may not notice.
I mean, he was way over in the hole. I mean, that's a really terrific feed by Johnny.
Delman Young starting things off. Bottom of the fourth inning, 2-0 Tigers lead. Young, Peralta, Bosch facing Dunsing. So far, the 2 runs the Tigers got in the first has held up. Last inning, however, they got a leadoff triple from Jackson but failed to score him. Delman popped up to the second baseman Casilla his only time. It'll get back out of play. Delman Young, a former Minnesota Twin. Began his career in Tampa, then was traded for Garza. The Garza deal brought him over to the Twins and then, of course, on to Detroit last year. He'll get back out of play. Matt Garza is a hot commodity right now as we get closer to the trading deadline.
It's a fun time of year after the All-Star break. Teams trying to figure out whether they're in the race or whether they're out of the race, and whether they're buyers or whether they're sellers.
Swing and a miss. And Delman goes down, one gone. Dunsing has his first strikeout.
It will be a little bit more difficult this year for a lot of clubs to determine whether they need to add a piece or delete a piece with the added wild card this year, because there's a lot of teams that have hopes of gaining that next wild card.
Yeah, it's going to be different. There certainly will be more teams looking for help. There's no doubt. Yeah, I take it you like the additional wild card?
I do like it. I always like competitive baseball when you get to September, and that means there'll be more clubs in it.
There's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. I guess the one downside they were saying about adding that wild card is the wild card now becomes just a one-game playoff to move on to the next round, where the wild card used to be involved in a regular series.
Right.
The 1-1 foul back.
And what they're trying to create is what happened last year, game 162, where the Braves lost, the Cardinals got in, Baltimore won, which meant Tampa got in, and of course Tampa beat the Yankees. So Boston was pushed out. The Braves were pushed out. The Cardinals went in, as did Tampa. Very exciting night that night, game 162.
Ball high.
And I just happened to be somewhere where I could watch all 3 games at the same time. Absolutely. It was fabulous.
Here's the 2-2 to Peralta. Swing and a miss. So Dunsing now starting to heat up. 2 gone here in the 4th inning. Well, join Major League Baseball in helping those veterans who have done so much to help us. Log on to MLBcommunity.org for more information on how you can make a difference. Authentic replica Stars and Stripes hats are available for sale. All proceeds will benefit the Welcome Back veterans. And since the inception of this initiative, MLB has donated more than $11 million to the organization. You see those hats on display here tonight. Bosch rolls out, and it's a 1-2-3-4 for Dunsing.
Montego, Michigan. I'd like to say hi to my wife Rachel and my daughter Josie. Happy 4th of July. Go get them, Tigers.
And we echo those sentiments. Sergeant Dennis on the 4th of July here at the ballpark. Tigers and the Minnesota Twins getting together. Game 3 in the series, and a lot of military personnel in attendance here tonight. Great national anthem before the game, and Old Glory flying proudly here at Comerica Park. Tigers have a 2-0 lead in this one as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Justin Verlander back to the hill facing Willingham, Parmalee, and Plouffe. Willingham with a big swing, 0-1. Willingham struck out back in the 2nd. The home run that he hit last night was the 150th of his career. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Missed it inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Here's Verlander's 1-1. Well, on this 4th of July, we also want to thank some of our crew members who are military veterans. Some of our camera operators. Tom Hughes served in the Navy, and Bob Logan in the Army, Matt Dudley in the Marines. We thank all 3 of those folks for their service and, of course, their great work on our crew here at Fox Sports Detroit. Swing and a miss, and Verlander picks up a strikeout. There's Bob Logan out there in center field. Army veteran. Thank you, Bob. Also, tape operator Jim Groh, who served in the Marines, and another crew member, Gary DeVere, also served in the Marines. That's Tom Hughes right there. Wave, Husey.
Did not know that we had that many in our crew here that served in the military.
We do, and we thank them all. They do a great job night in and night out. Here's Parmalee. Uh-oh, that ball is hit high, and it is hit deep, and that ball is going to be way gone. So Parmalee, playing for Morneau tonight, hits a bomb, and it goes way back into the seats in right field. His second of the year.
It's a changeup that stays up, and it's absolutely drilled. And take a look at Verlander's reaction after he throws this pitch. One good look, and he looks at Avila and says, "Give me the ball."
There are some you just know. That was one of them. 402 feet, the estimated distance.
That's the fourth solo home run that Verlander has given up in his last 2 starts. He gave up 2 to Desmond Jennings of the Tampa Bay Rays, and Ben Zobrist also got him of Tampa.
1 strike on Trevor Plouffe. So the Tiger lead now cut in half, 2-1 ball game. Plouffe fly to center field back in the second, 0 for 1. Parmalee enjoyed that one, to be sure. The 0-1, and there's a base hit to left. Back-to-back hits now for Minnesota. We'll bring him Ryan Domit. The 11th home run that Verlander has allowed. Doman hit one that looked like it might go his last time up back in the 3rd, but Bosch went to the wall, made a leaping catch on it. Ball 1. Wave and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike on Domit.
That's a better change up there to Domit. He got on top of that one, and he got some really nice action on it, fading down and away from Domit. The one to Parmalee to lead off this inning stayed up, and we know the result of that. Of the 11 home runs Verlander has given up this season, 9 have been solo home runs.
Well, that's a good thing.
Oh, for sure.
You don't want to give him up, but
well, we've watched him the last couple of years when there's runners in scoring position. That's when he does his best work.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss. 1-2 on Domit.
Something else that Verlander does is when there are runners on the base path, the fastball goes up to 95 miles an hour versus 93 when there's no traffic.
Vila blocks it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Well, he's thrown 53 pitches in this ball game. Only 4 of them have been 95 or higher. 2-2 the count on Ryan Domit. A run in on the home run by Chris Parmalee. Fouled straight back. 96 that time.
It's been a pretty good at bat for Domit. He has swung through a couple of really good changeups down and away from JV. He laid off the previous pitch was a curveball down and in, and then somehow able to foul off that 96 mile per hour heater.
Plouffe edging off the bag at first. And a bouncing ball back up the middle. Peralta tags the bag 1. There's another double play. This one goes 6-3. Verlander has had a couple turns behind him tonight. You're watching Tigers baseball this evening, presented by Bell Tire. Over the Twins now. The Parmalee home run has shaved that Tigers advantage. And the Tigers coming to the plate now in the bottom of the 5th. Dunsing back to work. Avila, then Santiago, and then Jackson. And Dunsing misses outside. He had a really good 4th inning, a 1-2-3 fourth, with a couple of strikeouts. And meanwhile, his teammates have gotten him 1 run back. Here's the 1-0. Avila takes a strike. 1-1 on Alex. He bounced out back in the 2nd, 0 for 1. Dunsing gave up 2 in the 1st. Fielder doubled in a pair. Way outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Dunsing played his college ball at Nebraska. Told his story before. He had a couple of teammates that have played in the big leagues, including Alex Gordon of the Royals and Jabba Chamberlain. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Bouncing ball, first base side, foul ball. 2-2 the count. In fact, Dunsing played on the 2005 Nebraska team that made it to the College World Series, and he was teammates that year with Alex Gordon. It's taken a while for Gordon to kind of catch on in the big leagues, but he has since turned himself into an all-star player.
Won a Gold Glove too last year. Had 21 assists from that left field position.
Good memory. 3-2. We're not even playing the Royals, and you pulled that stat out.
Yeah, I did.
2 runs, 4 hits for Detroit, and a run on 3 hits for Minnesota tonight. 3-2 pitch. Laced toward left field, slicing. It's a foul ball. That had double written all over it. Dunsing just a couple of years ago in 2010 had his best year. He was 10-3. ERA about 2.5. He made 53 appearances, most of them out of the pen, but he did start a handful of games. Trying to retire Avila here to get things started in the bottom of the 5th. And the 3-2. Right back up off of the pitcher. Down goes Dunsing. Mauer throws him out, and Dunsing is still down.
Looked like
it's some real pain.
Looked like it got him on the left ankle.
This did not even sound good. A direct hit. Left ankle indeed, it appears.
He started to go after that baseball and then realized how bad he was hurt and just went down. And what a great play by Joe Mauer, the catcher.
They got Avila by half a step. As soon as Dunsing put some pressure on that left ankle and stepped to the ground, down he went.
He's done. They got another pitcher coming in.
There is no way he's going to be able to continue. So Dunsing, who is finding the groove after a rocky start, will have to depart the scene. And so Waldrop will be coming in. It'll be a wall-side windows pitching change. And as they go to the pen, we'll be back.
at Selfridge Air National Guard Base, and we just want to say, let's go Tigers!
And as we continue along here on the 4th of July, the Tigers have a 2-1 lead over the Minnesota Twins. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. And time now for the Farmers Insurance Report Card. And how about some famous 4th of July birthdays? There have been quite a few of some famous folks. Calvin Coolidge back in 1872.
George Steinbrenner. Geraldo Rivera.
How about Mike the Situation Sorrentino?
Malia Obama. That would be the older daughter of the president.
And some folks celebrating birthdays today. Well, big crowd enjoying this one, and they really had something to cheer about early in this game as the Tigers got 2 early runs.
Jackson led off the game with a single, but he was forced out. And with Rayburn standing on first base, Cabrera hits one down the left field line. That gets Rayburn over to third. Cabby standing on second. And then a ball hit the center field that Span initially broke back on. He could not recover. Prince gets a double and drives in Rayburn and the big fella, Miggy.
Well, Dunsing has been knocked out of the game figuratively and literally. More literally, the line drive came off his ankle, and so Kyle Waldrop will take over.
Waldrop's got great numbers this year. He's been in 13 games, sub-1 ERA. Not a strikeout guy, but the Minnesota Twins really don't have a lot of strikeout guys, with the exception of Francisco Liriano in their starting rotation. They pitched to lots of contact. We've already seen Waldrop in this series. A couple of good fastballs, a sinker, a cutter, a nice little breaking ball, and a changeup.
And he threw just 10 pitches in last night's game. He will face Santiago now with the bases empty, 1 out. And Ramon looks at a ball outside from Kyle Waldrop, who is a native of Knoxville, Tennessee. There's a ball down low, and the count now goes to 2-0. Waldrop was one of 5 first-round picks the Minnesota Twins had in 2004. 5 first-rounders. He has gotten to the big leagues. Trevor Plouffe was picked that year. He's gotten to the big leagues, and so has Perkins, the closer now. Ball in, and the count goes 3-0. Waldrop missed all of 2008, which slowed his career down, a shoulder strain. And Santiago watches it into the glove for strike 1. Jackson on deck. Outside, he lost him. Santiago is on with a 1-out walk. How about the AT&T trivia question this evening? To keep it quite simple, and we're also going to use the 4th of July theme for our trivia question tonight. Here it is. Who was the first person to sign the Declaration of Independence? 236 years ago. And it wasn't either of those two guys. Here's Jackson. Dunsing had given up a 2 in the first. Then he kept the Tigers off the board in the second, the third, the fourth, and then knocked out of the game on that line drive off the bat of Avila. Jackson looks at a ball inside. That'll bring Mauer out to the mound. Twins bullpen yesterday went 5 innings without giving up a run. Without giving up an earned run. The starters haven't made it through the 5th inning of the series. Blackburn started last night's game and was sent down. Here's the 1-0. Jackson looks at a ball outside. 2-0 the count. Santiago measuring the lead at first base. That's in there for a strike. 2-1. Ryan Rayburn waiting on deck. Tonight's rain delay lasted 2 hours and 26 minutes. That was the official time of delay. I think last night we were at, what, an hour and 30. So more rain here this evening. But a big crowd hanging around and watching a good one so far. 2-1 Tigers. And missed inside. 3 balls, 1 strike.
For Austin Jackson, it's all about getting ahead in the count. Well, that pretty much holds true for all big league hitters. But Jackson's numbers when he is ahead is simply off the charts. .595 batting average.
Thought about it, and he takes strike 2. Full count.
Jackson not striking out nearly as much this year as in the first 2 years of his major league career. Therefore, Jim Leland not afraid to start that runner from first base with 1 out.
And Santiago, nice jump, and it's ball 4. Didn't matter. A walk. So back-to-back walks by Waltrip after coming out of the pen. And that'll get Ron Gardner pacing.
He's pacing because he knows that you can't afford to give free passes to the guys that hit in front of Cabrera and Fielder. Those guys do major damage with runners in scoring position.
So here is Rayburn. Fielder's choice and a ground out. He has also scored a run. Now apparently Mauer needs some help with his equipment.
While we have a moment here, let me tell you that you have a chance to send the Fox Sports Detroit girls to Kansas City for the 2012 MLB All-Star Game. Go to FoxSportsDetroit.com now and vote for Allison and Lauren as they compete against the other Fox girls from around the country. Vote for your Fox Sports Detroit girls, Allison and Lauren, now.
Yeah, tomorrow's the last day you can vote. So get on that. Well, whatever Mauer needed, he got. And he's back behind the plate now. Rayburn takes ball 1, and Waldrop having trouble throwing strikes. He was rushed into this game after Dunsing was hit on the ankle. And now Rick Anderson coming out.
If you're Ryan Rayburn, you pretty much know what this next pitch is going to be. It's going to be right around 87, 88 miles an hour. It's going to be a sinker ball because that's what Waldrop does, and he's going to try to get a ground ball, get a double play. So if you're Rayburn, you have to make sure you get something up that you can drive into the outfield somewhere, drive in the gap.
Santiago reaching on a walk. Likewise Jackson. Verlander given an early 2-0 lead. He surrendered the home run to Chris Parmelee in the top of this 5th inning. That's all he's given up tonight. Making his final start before going to KC in the All-Star game. And Rayburn looks at a strike. 1-1. Inside and buckling out of the way, Rayburn. We'll make it 2-1. Tigers trying to build on what right now is a 1-run lead. They've got Santiago at second base, Jackson at first. And the 2-1. 2-2 on Rayburn.
Nothing Rayburn could do with this 2-1 fastball. Right on the black outside.
Bouncing ball slowly towards second. Casilla flips to second one. Relay to first is a double play. 4-6-3. Second twin killing of the night for the Twins defense. Time now for the Ace Hardware Scott's fan poll question of the game. Here you go tonight. What is your favorite 4th of July activity? Is it A, barbecuing, B, the fireworks, C, watching baseball, and D, boating? You can enter your vote by texting ACE and then a space and the letter answer to 37338. Final results coming up on Postgame Tigers Live.
Kind of hard to go wrong with any of those, but I want to go with that barbecue.
Yep, barbecue. For me, a landslide winner. Big crowd on hand here tonight, enjoying baseball. Jamie Carroll leading it off as we head to the 6th inning. It'll be Carroll and then Casilla and Span facing Verlander. There's a strike called on Jamie Carroll. Tiger defense turned 2 double plays. Likewise, the Minnesota defense.
And Justin Verlander's pitch count is in much better shape today. 5 days ago, he was up to 100 pitches when he got to the 6th inning. That was down in Tampa. He's also 12 of 17 in first pitch strikes. So he's been very efficient.
Meanwhile, Carroll against Verlander just 1 for 12 in his career. Ball inside. 2 balls, 1 strike on the veteran infielder Carroll, who's played with Montreal and Washington, Rockies and Cleveland, and now here with Minnesota. There's the 2-1. 2-2. Justin so far in this game has struck out only 2 batters. And Willingham actually is the 1 batter that has struck out twice.
Sometimes JV does his best work when he's not racking up a lot of strikeouts.
Bouncer to third base. Cabrera gobbles it up. And Carroll is out, one gone. Back to the studio we go for a game break. Mickey York. Yes, indeed, Mickey. Well, I'm sure you had a really good time then tonight. 2 hours and 26 minutes worth.
I thought Mick had some pull. How did he draw the short end of the straw working on the holiday?
I don't know. Mick should be on a boat somewhere.
You got that right.
One out here is Denard Span, and he cuts and misses 0-1. I'm sorry, Casilla, rather. Span will be next. Casilla bounced right back to the pitcher his first time up. Mick has to hang out in the Call Sam studios tonight. Hopefully reporting on a win.
It's comfortable there, though.
It is. That was kind of awkward looking. We saw Casilla try and do that again last night. Or do it last night and again here tonight.
Yeah, he did it last night, made contact, and Cabrera made a really nice play on him.
There's the 0-2 to Casilla. And he got him. Strike three. Breaking ball. See you later. Third strikeout of the game now for Verlander. And we remind you that you can vote for your Tigers McDonald's Player of the Game presented by the Big Mac. Using your cell phone, text Tigers followed by a space and the player's uniform number to 37338. Or if you'd like, vote online at foxsportsdetroit.com. JV has to be one of the leaders in that voting. Prince has a 2-run double. Span drops down a bunt. Cabrera's going to barehand it. His throw, not in time. Nicely done by Denard Span. Bunt single.
Anytime Span comes to the plate, if you're Cabrera, you're anticipating there's going to be a bunt. He's on the balls of his feet. He gets a really nice jump. He comes in. He barehands this ball. And for a big guy to clear his hips out of the way and get that much on his throw is a really good play. But it was a perfectly placed bunt by Denard Span. You grab it in the palm of your hands. You get it into the fingertips. And then you flip it across the diamond.
Then Revere takes ball high.
And Cabrera this year has played third base better than anyone even imagined before the beginning of the year. He's only made 8 errors at that position. 1 in the last 35 days.
2-0 the count. Each side now with 4 hits in this game. Span has 2 of those for the Minnesota Twins. Revere 0 for 2 tonight. Slap toward left field. Rayburn moving back. He'll make the play to end the inning. No runs, 2 out hit is stranded. Bottom of the 6th coming up. Tonight, who is the first person to sign the Declaration of Independence? And the answer is, that would be John Hancock, of course. The very first to sign the Declaration of Independence. And the biggest signature, so King George III would see it. And it's drilled to center field. Way back. And Cabrera has gone into the bushes. It's gone. Wow. 420 to dead center. Cabrera just flicked it out of here.
He's crazy good. That's his third homer this year over that 420 sign in dead center field. Take a look at where this pitch was. It wasn't even a strike. It's down and clobbered by Miguel. How do you take a ball that's in that area and hit it that far to the second base side of second base?
I don't know. Cabrera does, though. 429 feet worth. It's a big run. It's 3-1 now.
Look at the Avila. Stayed through it.
Prince looks at a strike.
Fun to watch. Awfully fun to watch.
Second extra base hit of the night, and in fact Cabrera now has 17 home runs this year. 3-1 Detroit. Ball outside. 2-1 the count. Make it 2-2 on Prince, who knocked in a couple of runs in the first inning. A 2-run double. Prince now with 39 RBIs in his last 48 games. He has been a big run producer for the Tigers.
It's hard to pick up RBIs because Cabrera's always driving everybody in.
Yep, he is. Cabby now has 66. That's in the air to center field. Span cruising back. He'll get there for the out. One gone. He's going to bring up Delman Young.
Well, the guys that are going to the All-Star game have been and done the most damage in this game. It's been Prince that have driven in a couple. Cabrera solo shot. And Verlander, of course, has done his magic on the mound tonight. 3 superstars.
Ball 1 to Delman. Fans definitely getting their money's worth tonight from the superstars. 1 ball, no strikes on Young. He's 0 for 2 this evening, and he hits a ground ball foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tigers now 3 runs, 5 hits. Waldrop came on in the 5th inning after Dunsing was knocked out of the game, and a line drive off his ankle, or a hard hit ground ball to be more precise. That's back up the middle into center.
That wasn't a very good pitch by Waldrop. Whatever it was at 81 miles an hour, it was hanging.
We'll bring up Peralta. Action in the Twins bullpen. Minnesota with Cole DeVries warming up. Looks like he'll be next before this one is over. Johnny tonight, line out, strikeout. Line to the center fielder, Denard Span, in his first at bat. In there for a strike. 1-1 on Peralta. Here's the 1-1 in the air right field. It's shallow. Ben Revere coming in. It'll be the second out of the inning, and Delman retreats to first base. They'll give Bosch a shot now. Brennan 0 for 2 with a couple of bounce outs in this game. Big night last night for Bosch. He was 3 out of 4, homer to the game, knocked in 3. And the first pitch is in for strike 1. Same two teams close out this series tomorrow, and then the Royals come into town for the weekend heading into the All-Star break. Ball outside. Bosch this year has done pretty good work against Twins pitching. 8 for 27. That's a .296 average, and he's hit a couple of homers. High throw that almost got away from the first baseman Parmalee. Ground ball left side, base hit. Bosch has his first hit of the night. Tigers have another one on the board. And they have 2 men on now with 2 out.
Brennan's first 2 times up today against Dunsing, who started for the Minnesota Twins and being left-handed, got out in front and rolled over to the right side of the infield. That time he made a conscious effort to stay back on the sinker ball and hit it the opposite way and was rewarded with a base hit.
Meanwhile, the Tigers have their 7th hit of this ball game.
That's Brennan's 4th hit in the last 2 days.
That'll bring up Avila, who is 0 for 2 tonight. He hit that bullet back up the middle that knocked Dunsing out of the game. And he looks at ball 1. Avila's bat has come around a little bit in his last 25 games, hitting .291. He has 6 doubles in that span. Chance to extend the Tigers' lead. It's 3-1. And he hits a ground ball to the right side. Diving stop there. Casilla to his feet. Throws him out and robs him of a hit and an RBI. Fireworks early in this one tonight, though. Miguel Cabrera to dead center field. 429 feet. Get the lowest tire price, period. Bell Tire. And by Toyota, brought to you by your Greater Detroit Toyota dealers. Well, it's turned into a nice night here in the Motor City after a long rain delay of 2 hours and 26 minutes tonight. Tigers have a 3-1 lead as we go to the top of the 7th. Who will start the All-Star game? That's one of the big questions right now. Justin Verlander's name has got to be in the hat, no doubt.
David Price also pitched today. He won his 11th game. He comes in with a 2.92 ERA. Verlander has only won 8. Chris Sale, who might be back in the mix again, because I read something today where it said that he will not start again the first half of the season, which means he'd be on par to start on Tuesday should Ron Washington go in that direction.
So he might have to be the front runner when you look at some of those numbers. Who knows? But again, the game is Tuesday on Fox. And Verlander, if you're counting what he did last year, would certainly have to garner strong consideration.
I'm a little biased. I would definitely go Justin Verlander.
Joe Mauer is leading it off here in the 7th. It's a ball outside, and the count now goes to 2-0.
David Price started an All-Star game just a couple of years ago. That was 2010. Sale has come out of nowhere this year, and he has been one of your better left-handers in the game, and a major reason why Chicago is in first place as we speak.
The 2-0. High fly ball left field. Rayburn, edge of the track, and Mauer is out, one away. Well, I know I'm biased as well, but I'm with you. I mean, Verlander, I think, is still considered the best pitcher in baseball, and it'd be nice to see him get that opportunity to start the All-Star game.
No doubt.
Here is Willingham. It's been a tough night for Josh. A couple of strikeouts against JV, and a bouncing ball to short. 2 steps to his right. Peralta. 2 gone. How about that Mazda scouting report tonight? Well, Verlander now, including this evening's ball game, has gone 60 consecutive games of at least 6 innings.
And look at the guys on the list. I mean, you're talking about Bob Gibson, Lefty, Steve Carlton, Catfish Hunter, and now this guy.
Awfully impressive. And tonight he's been really good. 1 run on 4 hits. The only run, the home run by this guy right here, Parmalee. Verlander, by the way, has taken over or retaken over the strikeout lead in the American League. 124 strikeouts. Actually, this is Major League. Strasburg and King Felix each with 122. Now the 1-1.
That 97-mile-per-hour fastball that he just threw there to Parmalee was the best fastball he's thrown tonight.
Parmalee was absolutely raking down in the minor leagues. He played 15 games prior to his call up in June. Was hitting .375 with 12 RBIs and 4 home runs. He's hit 2 more home runs at the major league level. Three and 2. Tigers wanting a win here because both Cleveland and Chicago winning. Cleveland beat the Angels. Chicago beat Texas.
It's the second consecutive day that the Cleveland Indians have slowed down the Halos.
Yeah, they won big today. They scored 12 runs. Beat up on Urban Santana. Swing and a miss. Give Verlander another strikeout. It's a 1-2-3 7th inning. as Parmalee goes down swinging. Verlander now with 4 strikeouts in this ball game here tonight as he marches off the field on what has turned out to be a nice night weather-wise here on the 4th of July. And in special recognition of the military, USAA now presents the singing of God Bless America here at Comerica Park.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the ocean white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet.
Here on the 4th of July in downtown Detroit. Tigers over the Minnesota Twins. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Got a new pitcher now for the Minnesota Twins. It'll be Cole DeVries coming in.
Cole DeVries, Rochester numbers this year: 12 games, 5 losses, 4.37 ERA, 50 strikeouts though in 70 innings pitched.
And DeVries is pitching for his hometown team. He's from Eden Prairie, Minnesota, and there's a strike called on Santiago. Santiago, and then Jackson, and then Rayburn. Ball outside. Ramon in this one, a walk and a fly ball. There's a strike call. DeVries played his college ball in Minneapolis at the University of Minnesota. Was a non-drafted free agent. It has popped up Shallow right field. Casilla going back. 1 out. Pick up the top of the order now, Austin Jackson. Well, what an economical night tonight for Mr. Verlander. 77 pitches through 7 frames. And he's been really good.
Much better than 5 days ago down in Tampa for sure.
AJ bends out of the way. Ball 1. Tigers 3 runs, 7 hits. Minnesota tonight a run on 4 hits. After a 2-hour, 26-minute rain delay tonight, these two teams will hook up in a day game tomorrow. There's a strike called.
But one of the things that Verlander has done very well the last couple of years, the beginning of the 2011 season, 21-5 after a Tigers loss.
Bouncing ball to short. Carroll scoops it up to his left. And a pick at first, not in time. Jackson beat it out. The double pump cost him.
Yes, that's what it was. Safe.
So Carroll misplayed a surefire double play ball earlier in the game. That time he double pumped and it cost him a base runner. Here's Rayburn. Oh, he threw it away. Jackson's going to get on his horse now, and they're going to say it got stuck, and so Jackson will be held at second base.
What we have just witnessed the last couple of plays by Minnesota is the fact that Jackson has good speed. Carroll, the shortstop, could not get the ball out of his glove. Therefore, Jackson given an infield single, and Parmalee just whiffed on that. I wonder who they'll give the air to.
Pitcher. E1. First error of the game for the Twins. Big runner standing out there at second base with only 1 out. Rayburn tonight 0 for 3. He tried to bunt and was backed out of there. Jackson, by the way, now has 4 3-hit games.
One of the things the Tigers would like to see Jackson start to do a little bit more of, and that's steal third base. He hasn't done it very much in his first 3 years in the big leagues.
One ball, one strike.
Third base actually easier to steal than it is to steal second. You get more room. You can get off the bag a little further. Bigger secondary leads.
Ground ball to short. Carroll has another opportunity. This time he throws him out. 2 gone. Jackson holding at second base. So it'll be Cabrera with 2 outs. Two out of 2 tonight. Hit a monster home run his last time to center field. And so Cabrera now has 34 multi-hit games already here in 2012. That leads the American League. And he drives one deep to left. Way back. And it's gone. What a 4th of July for Miguel Cabrera.
The fireworks are not supposed to start until after the game. How in the world is he not the starting third baseman at the All-Star game this year? I just don't know.
Second home run of the ball game for Cabrera.
That time he pulled his hands inside on a two-seam fastball and was able to keep it fair as the ball went into the Tigers bullpen.
Prince looks at a ball outside.
I know a lot of people are talking about the fact that Adrian Beltre is having a really good year in Texas. But when you look at all the All-Stars in the American League, with the exception of Robinson Cano, every single player is an offensive-minded player. But somehow, Cabrera's defense is costing him a start in the All-Star game.
Parmelee hauls that one in, and the inning is over. Tigers, though, have the lead with 2 more. Tigers baseball tonight presented by Bell Tire. Well, the Tigers have the lead here on the 4th of July. Some of the sights at the ballpark here tonight. Tigers lead by a score of 5-1, and Justin Verlander has given up just 1 run on 4 hits. A home run to Chris Parmelee. That has been it. And here are the numbers tonight on Verlander.
Only 77 pitches through 7 innings. No walks. Outstanding.
Meanwhile, his teammates had backed him up with 5 runs as we go to the 8th inning. Trevor Plouffe leads it off. And he fouls it back out of play 0-1. Don Kelly has taken over defensively for Bosch in right field. So Kelly will bat in Brennan's old spot, which was 7th in the lineup. 1 for 2 for Plouffe, a single. The 0-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Plouffe, Domit, and Carroll here in the Minnesota 8th inning. Tigers trying to keep pace with first place Chicago. There's a strike call. 1-2. Outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Trevor Plouffe. Verlander has only gone to 2 3-ball counts in this game. both to Parmalee. And there's another 3-ball count. Only his third of the game. Including today, Verlander in his last 7 against Minnesota, 5-0 with an ERA a little over 2. Dominating them again this evening. It'll be pulled foul down the left field line.
When Verlander first came to the major leagues, the Chicago White Sox, the Cleveland Indians, and the Minnesota Twins kind of had their way with him. But the last 3-4 years, he has turned himself into an outstanding pitcher, mixing in breaking balls along with the mid-90s fastball, good changeups, added a slider, and has started to dominate those teams that used to beat up on him.
The bouncer to Santiago. Plouffe is out. How about we go back to 2005 on the 4th of July? Remember that day? Justin Verlander made his major league debut.
Justin Verlander said after this game, when he went back down to the minor leagues, he realized that he was not going to just throw fastballs by big league hitters and have success. And that's when he really started working on his secondary pitches. And now you see the finished products.
He went 5 1/3 in that game, gave up 4 earned runs. Tigers lost that game 6-0. But he has transformed himself into perhaps the best pitcher in baseball. Here's the 0-1. No balls, 2 strikes on Domet. Verlander has matured as a pitcher, but he has matured physically as well.
Looking young right here.
Yes, he is. Here's the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Domet is gone. 2 gone.
The Tigers battle the Kansas City Royals this Friday at 7:05. All fans will enjoy a spectacular post-game fireworks display. For tickets, call 866-66-TIGER or visit tigers.com.
Two gone now. That'll bring up Jamie Carroll. That's in for strike 1. Good news on Brian Dunsing. A bruised left ankle. X-rays taken. They are negative. Initially, it did not look good. The 0-1. Ball high.
Justin has been all the way up to 98 miles an hour with his fastball tonight. Those readings are courtesy of Xfinity.
Two and one on Carroll. Ball high at 97 miles an hour, and the count goes to 3-1.
And Jim Leyland knew last night that he could really go to his bullpen quite a few times, which he did, knowing that Verlander would be on the mound today and would give him some length in the game, as he always does.
3-2. Max Scherzer unable to make the start yesterday, and Velo had to fill in. And so they had to go to the bullpen quite a bit. There's Max, who hopefully will be able to make his next start. They feel he should be able to. Here's the 3-2. He lost him, ball 4.
First walk of the game for Verlander.
Two out base runner here in the 8th. We'll bring up Alexi Casilla, who has not had much luck tonight. Strikeout, and he bounced right back to the mound. Verlander has scattered 4 hits in this contest. In there, strike 1. .21 total tonight have gone at least 95 miles an hour and beyond. 0-2 on Casilla. And another one.
He is rare. And one of the few in this game that throws harder the longer that he stays out there.
The 0-2. Span waiting on deck. Tigers padding their lead with 1 in the 6th, 2 in the 7th to go up 5-1. Here's the 1-2. Ball high, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Last 2 fastballs to Casilla. Verlander has overthrown them, and the result have been fastballs up and away.
$41,000 plus, making some noise now, looking for the final out here in the 8th. Rolled it foul. The win here tonight, Verlander would go into the break with 9 victories. And he got him, strike 3.
Filthy.
Casilla caught looking.
Straight filthy.
Verlander walks off with his 6th strikeout of the game. Tonight, Tigers on top by a 5-1 score. Miguel Cabrera, well, he's had another Miguel Cabrera type night. Couple of home runs and a double. He's knocked in 3. Jackson with a triple in this game and 2 singles. 11-game hitting streak. Verlander has done the rest with 100 pitches tonight to get through 8 frames. And so Delman Young leads it off as we go to the bottom of the 8th, and he fouls off the first pitch from DeVries. 0-1 on Delman. Young, Peralta, Kelly here in the Tigers 8th, leading by 4. Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball away. 1 ball, 1 strike on Young. Delman in the game, 1 for 3. In the air to right field. Ben Revere is there, 1 gone.
Let's take a look at our Bell Tire pitch by pitch, but we're going to flip it up. It's going to be Bell Tire hit by hit. Cabrera, 3rd home run this year to straightaway center field. Then he follows that up with a solo shot. But look at the location of the pitch on the left. It is down. He pulls his hands inside and hits it 430 feet from home plate. And then the same pitch a little up. He whistles that one into the bullpen in left field. Just a phenomenal, special talent that we get to watch on a nightly basis here at Comerica Park.
Johnny Peralta, the batter, now with 1 out. Cabrera's home run total now stands at 18. Ground ball left side. Carroll with a backhanded play. His throw is off target. It's not been the smoothest of nights for Jamie Carroll. That was a long throw to make.
He doesn't have the strongest arm to play that position as well. He takes about 4 or 5 steps to his right. Takes a long time to stop and gather himself, and then when he reaches back to throw the ball back across the diamond, he really doesn't get anything on his throw.
Don Kelly gets his first at bat after taking over defensively for the right fielder Bosch. Bosch 1 out of 3 before departing. And it's a strike called, 0-1. Don batting 189. He's hit 1 home run this year, knocked in 7. One ball, 1 strike. DeVries followed Waldrop, who had to come on in an emergency situation when Dunsing was hit on the left ankle and had to leave the game. He'll get back out of play. 1-2. Don Kelly.
Jim Leland having a very difficult time with finding playing time for Don Kelly. And that's the main reason why Don really hasn't gotten on track this year. His batting average sits at 189. And Don Kelly has a very difficult job. Sit for 6-7 days in a row and then try to hit big league pitching. It's not the easiest thing to do.
And a soft line, and Peralta is able to scamper back to the bag before a tag by Parmalee.
Good base running by Peralta, who recognized that ball was going to be caught. Less than 2 outs, he was able to get back to the bag. Hey fans, you can follow the Tigers with the MLB.com at bat12 for your iPhone, iPad, Android, and Windows Mobile. Get live audio pitch tracking, video highlights, and more. Text that BAT to 31826 or visit Tigers.com for details.
So here is Avila now with 2 outs. Oh for 3 tonight for Avila. Twins will have the top of the order coming up when we get to the 9th. Here's the 1-0. In there is strike 1-1 on Alex. Porcello pitching tomorrow against Scott Diamond. It'll close out this 4-game series between these two teams. The 1-1 is outside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Tigers got 2 in the first, didn't score again until they got 1 in the 6th, then 2 in the 7th. Cabrera's homered twice in this game. 3-1 on Avila. Santiago waiting on deck. DeVries with the 3-1, and it's fouled back out of play. Run the count full now on Avila. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Which will give Peralta a head start at first base with 2 outs. And the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Avila is gone. And that is that for Detroit. On our way to the 9th. 3 outs to go. Minnesota Twins. Tigers trying to keep pace with Cleveland and Chicago.
If you weren't with us at the beginning of the show, that we told you that Verlander kind of rediscovered his changeup. The breaking ball never has left him, but he's thrown great breaking balls today. He's thrown an outstanding changeup today with really good action down and away from several of these left-handed batters, and it looks like Verlander is back on track. Of course, he always has that mid-90s fastball.
And Verlander looking for his 5th complete game. He has thrown 100 even in this contest.
He's just getting loose.
6 strikeouts, 1 walk. And top of the order coming up, Denard Span. First pitch is outside. 9th inning is underway. The Tigers up 5-1.
There have been some starts this year where Verlander has thrown less than 50% fastballs in that start. To date, not that case. He has thrown 58% fastballs, 42% off speed here tonight against the Minnesota Twins.
1 ball, 1 strike on Span. Denard with a couple of hits in this game. Bunt single in his last at bat back in the 6th. Trying to get something started offensively for the Twins. They haven't had much going tonight. Strike call. 95 miles an hour, and the count is 1-2.
I think this crowd wants to see at least 1 pitch tonight at 100. At least 1 pitch.
What has he gotten to, 97 or 98?
98.
98. Let's see, 1-2. Got him, strike 3 in the outside corner. Span didn't like it. Doesn't matter.
Span can't do anything with it. anyway.
7 punch-outs for JV. Here is the upcoming pitching matchup presented by Gordon Chevrolet. Rick Porcello, Scott Diamond tomorrow. Or later today is more accurate. Here is Ben Revere. And that's in there, strike one. Revere is 0 for 3. It'll get back out of play, make it 0-2 on the number 2 hitter for Minnesota. Verlander 2 outs away now from complete game number 5. The only run he has allowed tonight, the Parmelee home run, a solo shot. That is it. The 0-2. 1-2 the count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Verlander came in tied for the American League lead in complete games. Peavy had 4 as well. Jake Peavy of the White Sox. Two and 2 the count. Ground ball to short. Johnny has it there, and Rivera's out. He's 0 for 4.
Don't forget, after this game, we'll be in the Tigers clubhouse. There's no doubt we will hear from the manager, Jim Leyland, as we always do. We'll also hear from Justin Verlander and possibly even Miguel Cabrera, who's been a star from an offensive standpoint tonight. That is from the Call Sam Studios back in Southfield.
Now the crowd of 41,023.
It's the loudest they've been all night.
And Joe Mauer is their last chance. In there, strike one. Looks like Mauer's last chance to extend his hitting streak, which right now is at 12. Verlander has thrown 110 pitches in this game. Got 2 outs here in the 9th. Swing and a miss. 0-2. And the crowd is deafening now. Low, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the 1-2. .99 miles an hour for Verlander. And Mauer got a piece of it to stay alive.
He can go either way right here. He can come back and throw another one of those and hit triple digits. Or he could back off to 87 with a real nice changeup against Joe Mauer.
Here's a 1-2. Bouncing in there, 2 balls, 2 strikes. So the crowd will rev itself up again. They had to wait out a 2-hour, 26-minute delay tonight. And the 2-2. In the air, left field. Should do it. Rayburn makes the catch, and Verlander puts the finishing touches on another masterpiece tonight. A 1-2-3 ninth inning. Another complete game. His 5th of 2012. Verlander and the Tigers get their first win in the series. We'll have a whole lot more coming up from Comerica Park in a moment.